All right. Hello and greetings to you, viewer from across the tubes. I am Gnarly Quack, although my friends and enemies call me Carl. And tonight I am going to be coding on Dr. Strangetest, my coding or my testing framework for PHP. And at the end of last week, last week I had been working on extending the framework's difference algorithm, just adding some additional functionality to properly handle like array keys and property names, and also to extend it for less than and greater than comparisons. And part of this was motivated by the fact that PHP supports less than and greater than comparisons against arbitrary types. And so since my difference algorithm was already type aware and I had already extended it to take into account strict and loose equality, I decided it was a natural place to extend that to also try and handle less than and greater than comparisons. Because even though many of those comparisons don't actually mean anything, if the language allows it, I guess our framework has to handle it. And if one of those comparisons fail, we need to figure out some sort of meaningful message to show to the user. So by the end of last week, I had gotten pretty close to, I think, feature complete. You could definitely see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm going to pick up with that tonight and see how far we get. So let me get into the code here. And just to give a little more context here on where I left off. So is it greater than shorter? Yeah, so basically had been reached a point where I felt like I was getting this working more or less where I wanted it to be. And as you can see, this is the resulting diff here. But one problem due to the way the algorithm works, or the tweak that I had to make to the algorithm to support less than and greater than comparisons as opposed to equality and identity comparisons, we are no longer getting, I guess, what is called a compact diff. Ideally, we would have something like this so you could sort of figure out easier what's going on here, that these four need to be subtracted and these two need to be added. So that is where I'm going to start off tonight. See if I can get that cleaned up. And I feel like there's a few places in my tests here where that had an impact, but I guess that will be a place to start. So let me just run my test suite here, make sure that test should now fail, and indeed it does. But everything else looks okay. I guess I could just undo that real quick to make sure. And I believe we're in a clean branch here. Oh no, we are not. Oh, that's right, because that's fine. This is fine. I thought we were, but I guess what I'm going to do now is going to actually can be part of the same commit as this work here. This is what I was working on Friday. So let me restore this code change here. And let's pull it up. So this is going to be in the diff file. And we have an aptly named function called diff. And we get diff values here, and where we want to do the work here, I guess, is right here. This is sort of where we format the resulting diff, and before we could just take this array and sort of, well, implode it, as the function says. But now we're actually going to have to do some work, I guess, to format that. So let me go ahead and bump that out. And let's get down to the function here where we actually add the value to the array. So, okay, cool. We have diff insert, diff delete, and diff copy. Okay, so I wasn't sure what I was doing here, and I feel like with what I want to do tonight, instead of just directly adding a string to this diff array, I want to add basically a object like this. And I believe these actually, based on what I'm doing here, these must have a toString. So what I call this, diff insert. These must have a toString method that tells us how to form it. So I suppose that's actually not a terrible way to do that. Okay, so what I want to do now is, I guess, instead of just doing this simple implosion here, I'm going to want to call this off to a function. So I'll put this down here at the bottom, I suppose. So this is going to be format diff, and this is going to take what do oh, okay, all right, I see what I'm doing here. So this is supposed to be a diff of strings, but it's not. It is, or an array of strings, I should say, and it's not. It's an array of those diff operations, I guess. But my static analyzer, PHP stand, I guess, is happy with that because those classes have a toString method. So it means they're comparable, or they're convertible to a string. So, or diff, we got diff insert, diff copy. So I guess maybe make this an interface called diff operation. I have a feeling I need to put parentheses there, or not parentheses, but braces. So this is going to be implements diff operation. This will be the same, diff insert and diff delete. And I feel like maybe making this a part of the interface. Oh, I am going to have to turn up my fan. My little Nook here is having a hard time staying cool tonight. It is a bit muggy out and the temperature is up. We had some storms come through earlier, but instead of cooling things off, that merely made things stickier. All right, so I did not get very far here once again. Do I need to put... I guess I need to put implements after extends. And actually, if I cannot get my computer to cool down, this may end up being a short stream. Let's see. Everybody cross their fingers, I guess. Oh, did I not? Okay. Okay, now it's coming down a little bit. Oh. All right, let's see what that does now. Uh, 1846. Oh, I guess I... Okay, so we still have our one failure, and actually, let me now update this. This is going to be an array of diff operation. Let me just do that real quick. Okay. So now we're going to have this function here, which I'm going to call format diff, and this will take an array diff, and this will be a diff operation, and that'll be diff. And I guess this is going to probably return a string. And I'm going to call this format diff, and I do have like a formatting module, but since this is specific to diffs, I think I'm just going to keep this in here. So start off with result, and I guess, and actually since this is the reverse diff, and I wonder if I should kind of make that explicit here. I'm thinking about changing that name in the diff state class here too, which I may do, but I don't want to go around and update everywhere this is called right at the moment. So I guess so what happens if I do C equals count reverse diff I equals C minus 1 I greater than equals 0 and minus I. I guess because I'm counting down, I don't actually need to save off. This count value here. So I guess the simplest thing for now is reverse diff I. And if I, then we'll just slap a new line on there and return that. So this should not do what we wanted to do at the moment, but this is just sort of a dummy test, I suppose, to make sure it's working. And actually, we can initialize result to this string here. And we're going to want from name to name. And those are going to be strings. From name. So we're going to need to pass those in, and the result here is going to be equal format diff. This is going to be the state diff from name to name. Actually, I kind of feel like I just want to comment that out for the moment, and let's see what happens. I feel like I do have a return statement here. Oh, yes. Oh, I guess. Oh, yeah, okay. There I forgot to put the return statement in. Okay, and I still have my one failure. So that is a start. That is a start. It may not seem like progress, but I guess it is. So what we want to do is basically what we want to do is if we have a situation where we want to keep all the copies together. So I kind of feel like, So we want like a previous operation. And then like previous operations. Something like that. So we're going to have our current operation. It's going to be that. And if I would like to know if the current operation is the same as the previous operation. I'm wondering, I have a feeling interfaces cannot have constants. Just trying to think of how I want to do this. So first we pick off the operation. If the operation is an instance of diff copy, let's say. So if we have previous operations, then let's just stick those on. So for each previous operations as an op, or as previous, let's add those to the result. Otherwise, we're going to just add in this operation. Otherwise, if operation is an instance of diff insert, I think we just want to insert this. Else, and I guess we'll just assert here. That'll be a diff delete. Oops. Then we want to stick this equals, stick that there. So I guess it means we don't actually need this previous operation. So the thinking is here is if we have a copy, we just put that on. So all our copies will be, or if we get a copy, right? So basically, if we get a copy and the previous operations is empty, then, and actually we want to clear that array. And I don't know if PHP has like a array clear or something. Array empty, array and I suppose I could just set this back to a empty array. But essentially, so let's say we get a copy and there are no previous operations, we just stick that on. So we keep sticking those on. Let's say we get an insert, which is a plus, and we stick those on. But then let's say we get a delete. So we'll put that here. And we'll put yeah, we'll put that there. So if we get anything else, right, if we get another insert, we'll just stick that on. Although, right, we're building this, I guess, right, we're getting them in reverse order. So I think we want to do this exactly opposite. And maybe instead of that, we'll go so as long as we have a copy, we put that on there. As long as we have a delete, we put that in there. And if we have an insert, we'll cache that basically as a previous operation. So as long as they're alternating diffs and deletes, we'll stick the delete on there and cache the insert. And then if we get to the end of like a plus minus sequence, in other words, back to another copy, then we'll stick all the inserts on and then just start sticking copies on. And then I guess what we can do here is instead of putting 2 new lines here, we will just always start everything off with a new line. Oops. That gets rid of this check. But now all I need to do is here at the end, make sure we don't have anything left in that, previous thing. So I have a feeling there's no way I got that right on the first try, but let's find out what happens. I now have 7 failures. But it's quite possible, as I'm looking at that, I actually may have managed to do this. So where are we here? Test assertions. 843. So we had a 500 there. Okay, so that's that is encouraging. 2, 3. Okay, that's very encouraging. Well, that ended up being a little bit easier than I guess I thought. So 3, 4 go up here. Everything else is added. And 535. Okay, so it looks like everything is what we're expecting here. So I might just chug through the rest of these real quick. Here, 293. Right, 2. Oh, this isn't strict formatting. So I guess since we moved to another file, I will run the tests. So this is in test diff, test strict formatting. This is in 293. So this 2 bar should move down, right? We expected, what's this telling us? We expected this, oh, we actually got the 4 there. And what's going on with 5 here? That moved up. Oh, it's telling me that moved up there. And then I guess 7. Oh, so I guess 6 probably moved up there. And 1 moved up there. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so I forgot to mute my phone, obviously. So let me see if this diff actually makes any sense. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4 went away. Then 2, 3. And what is our actual diff? 1. So 4 is 2. 4 went from array 2, 3 to just 2. So 2, 2, 3, 4 went away. Okay, so then 2 became bar, 3 became this array. Actually, I shouldn't say away. So then 5 became an old pond, and right, 4 is no longer a 2, and 5 is no longer this array. Right, 5 became this string. So right, and then 6 became this, well, this array here. So 6 became an old pond. A frog jumps in actually stays the same, and then we added water's round, or water's sound, and then 7 right, 2 became the same then, or 2 stayed, these 2 stayed the same, and then 3 changed to 4, and we added this 1. Right, so 1, these went away, 2 stayed the same, and then 3 went from 4 to 3. So I guess the short of that is this makes sense. And now we have, is this the same line? No, okay. So what was that? What was that other test? Test, oh, different objects. So I guess what I'm saying is those move up there, right? Is that the only change? Okay. So nice. Now we have restored our compact diffs. So that's always an encouraging thing. So wow, that actually, you know, sometimes when you code, things actually go, oops, it's not what I wanted to open. Things actually go a lot smoother than you expect. So now I do have some notes here. Let me pull those up. Let me just look over these because I don't think I'm at a place yet where I want to commit this, although I suppose I could commit this, so let's take a look and see what we've done here. Oh, you know what? I guess I will... What is that, like 52? Guess I'll delete those two lines. And I have to remind myself there's a bunch of code in here from last week. Yep, this is the new, so this is all the new code I added to support less than or greater than. Yep. Yep. And then we have our format diff, and then our changed tests. Okay. So let's just, yeah, you know what? Let's just add this. Let's put out here, just make sure I don't have any unsaved changes. I've blown my... Fix the format for... Looks good to me. Okay, so my first note, I guess, in here is... Coming in here, greater than... What do we have? Shorter. So I want to call this, I think, test longer array greater than shorter array, and I want to test... Basically, a short array is always less than a longer array, and a longer array is always greater than a shorter array. And for no particular reason, I guess I will move these tests up here with the other array tests. Tests array less than array. Test array greater than array. And I believe there's one other place I have these. And this is, yep. Wait, did I put that in the wrong place up there? No, test. Test longer array greater than shorter array. Test shorter array less than longer array. Okay. So there was one other, so I think now I just have some tweaks or some tests I want to run on the actual algorithm to make sure I'm doing this correctly. So we are in assert less. So here what we're saying is, right, we're comparing these two arrays. We want to test the, well, the test is to see if an array that is greater than another array, if we try and do a less comparison on them, that it fails, and then that this is the result we get back. So this array is actually greater because if you do like an element-wise comparison, 500 is greater than 3. And that is where that is what sort of causes the comparison to fail. So even though here, right, that 5 is greater than 2, that doesn't really matter because this right here is what determines or decides that this array is greater than this array. And I think in my algorithm right now, I'm going to have something like, let's just put those numbers in there. I have something, so if I do that, I believe now I'm actually going to get, well, I guess I'm going to get -5. And, +2, I think is what I'm going to get. But I don't want that, right? Because, again, this element here doesn't matter. This is the element that matters. So let's just see what we get. Yes, and we still got the 5 there. All right, because I... wait a minute. Oh, expected had that, right? We did not get that 5, which we would not expect to. So we just basically want to stop as soon as we hit the first basically opposite comparison. So where is that here? And I think that's in build diff. So this is going to be here. And so here we're doing, oh wow, okay, greater or greater equal. So this is where we're taking care of unequal arrays. Oh, and I guess I kind of need to do this in 2 places. Right? If all right, well, let's not worry about this right now because I think I need to make some changes with that too. I have a note there, but so okay, so this is for a greater than comparison. So if from is greater than 2, which is what we want, then we just copy that value. If they're equal, then based on what kind of comparison we're doing, that's either okay, which if it's a greater or equal, otherwise it's not okay. So we do a delete and an insert. This has me thinking now. But anyway, otherwise, right, we have a less than. So I think what we want to do here is we want to delete and insert and then break. And then we can just actually do this. And let's just make this for I less than min plus I. Let's just do that. So now what do we have? I think we should be passing again. But instead I broke a bunch of stuff. Which which I would not have thought I would have broken that, but let's right. This was in. Oh well, I implemented that change. Okay, I implemented that change in a place I did not think I was implementing it, but nevertheless, that it needs to happen. So edit, or I think I have assertions open. So this is on 842. So we also had 5. Oh, well, right. This is the test case I meant to fix, and I did not fix it. Where are we here? 695. So what is going on here? We got 3 again. Okay, I was wondering about that. So I think the only problem here is I want to increase I right away. And we're back to our 1 failed test, which if I now make this change in the correct place, should be fixed. Which would be, okay, this is a, okay, otherwise that. Oh, and then now we're down here. I guess I changed that in the place I thought I was. I just, it was not the comparison, and then plus plus I less than plus I. So I think we should be back to working now. So what is failing here? 842. So 1 and 5. Yeah, I guess so this should be 552. All right. Okay, so I think that fixes that. And I kind of wonder if I should just implement a little bit more robust tests for that. We have test array greater than array. Oops. Okay. This is, well, we're in what now? We can't just do the same change. This is assert less. I guess it kind of doesn't really matter. But oops. Array greater than array. This is in assert greater. So this is 2, this is 10. Oops. It's 10, 5. So 2, this is assert greater equal. So be like chain, do the same thing here. 3, I think this one I just changed, assert array. That should actually be fine because it should pass, so it won't format. It should, with this, what is this, less equal? Yep, what am I? Yeah. So let's see what those look like. I should have a couple failing tests there because I actually changed the test, but I just want to make sure what's okay. So essentially we're just moving 2 up, right? Yeah. And then down here, we're again moving 2 up. So I think that all passes. So test. Now let's go through these. That passes. That passes. That fails. I think I changed this one already, right? Yep. And I changed that one. Okay. So my next note now is longer arrays are always greater than shorter arrays, and shorter arrays are always less than longer arrays. And I think I've overcomplicated my logic. Here. So what test are we in? This is in assert less. Yeah, so the short of it is, I think, so I now basically have 2 subcases where if arrays are of unequal length, then we, right, first we test it for doing like a greater than comparison or a less than comparison. Then if arrays are different length or of different length, then that's its own case. And then if they're of equal length, that's its own case. But I think that can boil down to, if arrays are of different length, then we basically want to subtract, depending on the comparison, we either want to subtract or add the new elements. And then for the rest of it, we want to handle that as if they were equal arrays. So I think that simplifies the code there. So local diff so I guess right, so from a shorter array is always less than a longer array. So to a certain extent, I just want to bump this out, right? While 2 is 0, length minus whatever index we're on is greater than 0, or greater than the from length, then increase that. So I think that's all we really want to do. So now, bump this out. So I feel like, let me split this out. And where are we here? Else, we basically want to go to this. So for from equals 0, from is less than from length. We want to increase both of those. So I wonder why and now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like this is actually more correct, right? Right, because the fact that we're in this code here even means that the comparison failed. So let me think about this for a second. Right, I guess what I'm thinking is it could be that the remaining, so for arrays of unequal length, if we take into account the extra elements, that could be the only reason causing the comparison to fail, and the rest of the array could actually be okay. Like maybe that doesn't actually need to be changed. But in cases where the array, like the arrays are of equal length, so this doesn't get run, then there's actually something in the equal parts of the arrays that are causing it to fail. So I'm just wondering if there's an easy way to handle that logic. And I guess on top of that, I'm thinking, okay, well, right, for greater than comparison, where are we here? For greater than comparison, right, there's never going to be a case, like if we never do this, right, we go right to here, there should actually never be a case where one element is greater than the other. So I don't even need to do this comparison. Basically, we're either going to have a case where we have some 0 or more equal values, which depending on the type of comparison is either okay or a problem, and then we'll hit the case where we have like that deciding element that's right for greater than, it's less than. So then once we hit that, everything after that is just a straight copy. I guess that's what I'm thinking. So this is going to be like a break here, back in this other code. So if, right, we're doing a greater. So if from value is less than, then we delete from, insert to, and we break. Otherwise, if from, right, if the from index equals the to index and we're in a greater than, then that's a problem. A strictly greater, then that's a problem. So that's another delete insert. Otherwise, it's a copy. But then we can continue going. And actually, I guess, right, what we're saying is this is just an else. So maybe just do that. Just to make sure I understand what's going on here. Else, so let's do that. And I think this then degrades to the same thing, right? We said this is plus plus f. I think that's what we're saying. And then, since we're sticking this stuff all in a temporary diff array, then we just go and we add that to the actual diff, the reverse diff. Okay, I have a feeling. Now, in theory, that should not have broken anything, but I suspect that won't be the case. Oh, wow, okay. All right, so now the same thing then, and that really shortened that up quite a bit. So, I guess we're saying the same thing here. Right, we're getting rid of that comparison. Then we're doing this. So this is a less than. So if we have a greater than, right, this is going to be a break. Else. Else we want to assert that they're the same, and if this is a less, then we want to delete insert and delete insert, right? Otherwise, we just want to copy the value. And then for, okay, so let's see if that works. Okay, I messed something up. Oh, that's right, I need to increase from there. Gotta do it, gotta do it. Okay, so that ended up being pretty nice. Okay, so now one more other big change here, I guess. So one of the, let me pull up my notes just to kind of talk this through. So I have this note here where for greater than or less than comparisons, if the overall comparison fails, oh, it's right here. So this is where I was sort of working through what I want a diff for equal and unequal comparisons to look like. So for a strict equality, I basically come up to the conclusion, well, so something like this, right? Every element in actual, which I guess is minus here, needs to change to whatever the value in expected is to make this comparison, to satisfy this comparison. So for equality diff, every element needs to change. But for a greater or less than, only one element really needs to change. So here, right, 3 being less than 500 is what causes that diff to change, right? And this is what I fixed, right? This 2 being less than 10 doesn't actually matter. That's fine. So we've fixed that now. But what we're saying is, right, we can either change this 1 or this 3, right? If this 1 becomes, say, like a 2, then this matches. And here, same thing. Here might be a better example, just because there's more. But, right, these two arrays are equal, but we want a strictly greater. Well, any one of these minuses has to change to be greater than any one of these pluses. So whereas all of these have to change, only one of these have to change. That's only right the case for arrays that are of equal length, because in the test case here, in this test case, right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 is always greater than 3, 4, and we're doing a strictly less. So in this case, there's two things that need to happen, right? Two elements need to be deleted, basically. 1 and 2 need to be deleted. And then one of 3 or 4 need to be, right, then one of these two needs to be changed to be greater than one of those two. And I was saying, well, now we have this inconsistency here where we're not just saying one of these needs to change, we're saying stuff needs to go away and one of other stuff needs to change. And so I guess I'm wondering, to reflect that, if I should just add some new notation now. Something like, I guess I'm thinking, so the other note here is, a diff is telling us what needs to happen to actual to satisfy the comparison, whatever the comparison function we're using, less with expected. So if we're saying 3 maybe needs to be, 3 or 4 need to be greater than, well, 3 or 4. And then in this case, actual would be plus or minus and greater, and max would be plus and minus. So what we're saying, and actually, because this is a less than, right, max, we would never be adding, I guess, to max, or whatever. So now we can read this as, okay, well, these two elements need to go away, and then one of these two elements need to be changed to be greater than one of these two elements. And I suppose that's a little bit funky. Right, we're saying 3 in actual needs to be made greater than 3 in expected. Or 3 in expected needs to be less than. And if this was, right, an opposite comparison, it would be the exact opposite. Right, if we're doing an assert greater. Oh no, wait. In fact, that would be a greater, right? This is already an assert less. I got this backwards. We want 3. This is assert less, right? Yeah, assert less. So we want 3 to be made less than 3, or 4 to be made less than 4. That is what we were saying. And then, so minus and less than apply to actual here, and there would never really be a plus, but I don't know, I guess we could leave it in there, but and then greater would apply to max. Meaning either actual needs to be decreased or max needs to be increased. So I think I like that, but now that's sort of leading me to another thing, or another thought, where maybe even so let's test array greater than array. So that's leading me to this thought here where I was saying, okay, well, this is okay because 1 can actually be equal to 1, but 500 needs to be, right, we're testing a less, but 500 needs to be made less than 3. Right? But now I'm wondering, okay, well, maybe we should also just put in here, right, if this is turning into what needs to change, we could also say, I guess, right, one of these two needs to be made less than one of these two. So even though leaving this as 1 is right, because, right, leaving this as 503 would also be okay if we changed one of those, if we made that like 2. And I think I like this better, not just because it's telling you, sort of giving you a more complete picture of what needs to change, but also, right, under the hood, it simplifies the logic again. So I think I like that. I do. So that was my thinking on that, I suppose. And I think with that then, right, you would have a fairly robust algorithm. I think that would actually be pretty awesome. I guess it's one of those things where you know, you never know until you use it, I suppose. But I think I want to go ahead and do that. So let's do it. So I think this is going to add 2 more operations. We're going to have copy, insert, so we're also going to have, I think that's going to add 4 more. We're going to have diff insert less, and that is going to say, right, make that less. Wait, it's crazy to me how verbose this ends up turning into. And it's almost making me want to just not make this an object, but okay. Or not make these objects, but well, let's just get this working, I guess. So then that's going to basically do the same thing. Delete insert, or delete greater, I guess. That's right. Let me just make sure I'm now putting the right greater. Insert greater, insert less, delete greater, delete less. And then we need to change that to less. Okay, so now we have function build diff from edit. So this is going to be an insert. So from, we want to say delete, maybe lesser value, insert greater value. And this is all right. This is not even going to be, it's also going to be delete, lesser value, insert greater value. That's going to get rid of that. And then we're just going to copy the rest. This is going to be delete value. This is going to be delete greater value. Yeah, and insert lesser value. Delete greater value, insert lesser value. Okay, now we need those functions. Function insert. So what do we have? So this is going to be insert greater value. Insert lesser value. It's going to insert lesser string. And this is going to be the same thing with deletes, I guess. So copy string. Insert greater string. Can't remember what I called those. Diff insert greater, diff insert less, delete greater, delete less. Okay. So this is delete string. Oops, delete. Oops. Okay, and now in format here, I feel like instead of switching on this case, I want some sort of like operation value or something. Because I think the logic here is basically going to be the same. We basically just want to show like a different symbol based on whether it's or greater or less, right? I guess I'm not sure if interface is going to have constants on. I guess it doesn't really matter either. Let me see if this tells me anything useful. Interface with constants. So I guess the next question is, has that always been the case? Presumably I would have gotten some sort of error there if that didn't work, but okay. So I guess what I'll do then is on this interface, what do I call it? Diff operation. So let's constant compare equals 1, or what is it? Constant, oops, well, insert equals 2, doesn't really matter, and constant delete equals 3. This is actually going to be copy. Oh, it's not going to like. Is it going to let me do those words? Compare. Insert. I didn't think, is delete a keyword? I did not think it was, but I don't know why my text editor is highlighting those like those are special words. Or copy. This is copy. I keep wanting to actually that's looking good, okay, so or looking okay to me. So I guess public function operation, and this will return I guess that will return that. And what did this come back with me? Come back to me with that everything is okay. 17 looks like I have an error elsewhere. Oh. Did I not? What is going on here? All right. For if unless boy, I guess I did something stupid there because I thought I ran tests and that worked all right. Okay, so now it's finally only yelling at me about these abstract methods. So return, what's it, self copy? Does that work? 127. Okay. This is going to be insert. It's also going to be an insert. Also an insert, and then this is going to switch to delete. I think that'll do that. $96. Oh, I guess I need to annotate that. Okay, so now my tests failed though. Or I had some errors apparently. Oh, because it's a what is that? 2020? So if operation equals diff operation copy, else if operation equals diff operation, what are we doing? Delete. This is going to turn into insert. That's going to be a method call. All right, now we got a bunch of failures. And so I guess the other thing I need to do then is I actually need to know what the comparison is in here. Because that's going to change, I think, the header. So if equals namespace diff, I need to look up what these are. Identical or compare equals diff equal. Else if this is going to be greater or greater equal. Otherwise, this will just assert this. Oops. And I guess I can, I set the, it doesn't really matter, I guess, what the number is, but I had set these numbers and then rearranged them. So, it's like if it's greater than That's going to be that, and that's going to be that, I guess. No, a shorter array is always going to be less than a long array. So some element in from needs to be made greater than some element in to. Or 2 has some elements added. And then less is going to be, that needs to be made less than that. I think that is what I am saying. Oh, that's right. Format diff. And we need the comparison. Oh, and I need to type int param int compare. Guess I should have taken a closer look at that. My PHP stand errors before just assuming I had fixed it all. Let's see what we get. So we actually got that, right? We're saying oh, really? So I guess that's not what we're expecting. Radix for saying that needs to be less than that. Which is stupid, but that's what PHP says. Let's see here. php.net/comparisons, I guess. I don't know. Where is this table here? Yeah, object is always greater. I don't even know what test this is. Assert lat, well, this is less. So yeah, object needs to be made greater than array. So I guess there are a couple places in the code where we can't just assume it's assert and a delete. So I wonder why I am doing all of that. I guess like here, right, this depends on what the comparison is. Let me just look around here. So this gets a little copy value. That's fine. Insert. So this would depend on what kind of comparison we're doing. I guess if it's a less than or greater than comparison, we could never. Boy. So this is a case where values are identical, but the key has changed. So we're doing an optimization where we don't actually need to diff the values. We can just pretty print the values, but then swap out like the first line indicating that the key has changed. I feel like that's not applicable for a less than or greater than comparison. Because I think also right, if a key from operand 1 is not found in operand 2, then arrays are incomparable. And incomparable values is basically undefined, so I don't feel like we need to give necessarily reasonable results. So I guess that's not an issue there now here. That should be fine. Copy string, but right, so here this might also be okay. Because right, the only thing going on here is I guess I would have to test that. Well, again, if we're doing a less than or greater than comparison, right, this is basically just checking to see if the keys are the same. All right, objects, and if the keys are the same, then if it's a loose comparison between two objects, or it's an array, we just copy that. And again, I think this is a case where um, right, we would always expect the keys to be identical, otherwise we're in a situation of incomparable values. So that might be okay there. Now this is what? This is okay here. I think that might be the only thing going on where right, this is where we do an equal and equality. Yes. And then we're down to the functions themselves, I guess. Okay, so I guess let's just throw that in here then. If it's going to be that. This is just going to go to insert greater, I think, and insert. Oh no, wait. So in this case, it's reverse. We want. So I think this is. Yeah. Actually, no. I think it's. Else, and this is going to be. Yikes. It's going to be exact opposite. See if we get there. "20 failures." So that did not actually fix that. I think. Wait, did I just not save this? But yes, actual. Okay, I keep forgetting I like swapped that out. So and I guess I got that backwards. So if So I actually got less and great. And this is a less. Diff greater equal diff less, diff less equal. So we wanted right actual yeah, so we want to make standard class less than we want to make an object less than a right to make actual less than array, we need to make standard class less than an array. Okay, so doink. All right. 1005, go. So we actually got max. Yes, that's right. So this is test array greater than array. So we wanted 1. And 500. I'm a little confused here, don't I? I feel like that's what I have. Except I don't have that. Did I get this backwards again? So this is telling me actually have we actually have 1, 500. It's less than 1, unless it's less than 3. But that seemed backwards to me. And I suspect this is in so if this is greater, but then we insert a value. Right, I think this is backwards. So we want to take from, we need to make that greater or that lesser. Otherwise, same thing. We want to make from greater to lesser. And this is going to be the same. We want to make from, this is a less, so we want to make from lesser, and we want to make to greater. So that, I believe. Okay. Oh, well. Okay, that passed. That passed because I did not save that. So let me just save that. Okay. So 968. So assert less or equal. So 5 needs to be made less than -6. Okay. So this is also less, so this is going to be minus. And 1 needs to be made less than 0. Okay, 9, 10. And this needs to be made less than array. All right. Oh, I thought okay. 43. So we're saying 1 and 5 needs to be made less than 1 and 3. I think that's what we're saying. Yep, a 12. So we're saying all these need to be made less than those. 782. $759. $29. Looks like we're on to a different type of comparison, so let me just make sure that makes sense. So array needs to be made greater than a standard class, right? Failed 9, yep. So 695. So that needs to be made greater, and that needs to be made smaller. So we're saying 1 and 3 need to be made greater than 500, and also 1. I think that's what we're saying there. 8 failures, yep. -6 needs to be greater than -5. -1 needs to be made greater than 0. 637, okay. 607. Needs to be made greater, that needs to be made less. Array needs to be made greater than the standard class. 580. Greater, less. So we are saying here feel like what we're saying is right, min is plus. So short array is always less than a long array. I feel like this should be this. And then 3 and 4 need to be made, but I have a feeling that is not what I got. No. I actually got that. So I feel like isn't right. And I guess I know why that is. Because these are both, right, these are both insert operations. So my algorithm treated those as, okay, we should stack these together. Hmm. So I guess I can't just lump all those together. And I suspect, well, I haven't actually added this test for greater than equal, because I have a feeling, right, if the comparison is greater than or equal, it should look like, right, it should look like it should probably look like that, just saying you need to add, right, you need to add these two elements to actual to make it greater than or equal. It should look like that, but I think we're still going to get that. Okay, well, so this is, I feel like, definitely an easier fix. But it just means I need to check all of the operations. The other one, it's like I need to recompare what's left of the arrays after taking care of the extra elements. Guess I got to think about that. All right, but I think I am going to refill my water glass and take a little break. So let me save my notes here. Guess I'll take about 3 minutes or so. All right, back in a few. As you can probably tell, I'm back. So, okay, well, let's get into this. All right, so here's where we make the header, essentially. So I guess now, right, here's the difference is we could switch from two different insert operations, right? We could switch from right, we could switch from just a straight up delete to a delete greater or a delete lesser. And could the same thing happen with an insert? Like we could go from a I guess we totally could, right? We could go. Let me think about this now. So I believe like in the just the raw array, we have a insert one. Now we have an insert one, an insert two, and then we're going to have a delete, right? A delete greater and an insert. Right, an insert less, and then a delete, another delete greater, and an insert less. We're going to have something like that. So here we go from insert. So here I have a delete, right? This is a delete less. We have an insert greater, so we cache that off. Then we have another insert less. So then we have another delete. Right, so yeah, delete, insert, and then we have no, I think this is absolutely backwards. Insert, so cache that, delete. We just stick that on there. So I have a feeling now I'm getting confused because I think my functions in the diff file are not semantically equivalent to what we're actually formatting. So in terms of, right, this would be delete greater. I think. I guess we can just look. Oops. So this is a greater comparison. Yeah, so we're deleting a greater and inserting a lesser. Right, which is exactly, okay, so I'm not quite sure I'm having such a hard time here. So this is insert lesser. I guess I feel like based on this, I don't understand why I'm getting this, right? This is a insert, insert, delete, delete, insert, insert. And what I just said was, right? We're doing a greater comparison. 2 is longer, so we're going to insert 1 and 2. Then, right, these are equal. So we're going to have delete greater value, insert lesser value, delete greater value, insert lesser value. Oh, but okay. I guess potentially where I'm confusing myself is yes, we are now building this forward. Right, this is exactly what's happening. Well, we're not getting this, right? First of all, we're not getting this. We're getting that's what we're getting. This is what we want. So that's the first thing I can do to help myself out there. So we are getting these 2 deletes, which we're just right away putting on the beginning of the string. And so what do we get? We're going backwards through the string, right? We're going backwards through this reserve. Okay, so we're getting an insert. We're sticking that in the previous operations. We're getting an insert. We're sticking that in the previous operations. We're getting this delete, so we're putting that there. Another insert. We're sticking down in previous operations. Another delete, so we're putting that there. Then another insert, but then we're done. So now we just go through the previous operations and we just copy everything down. Okay. So what is happening here? We're getting 2 inserts. So the problem isn't even that we're getting we're getting we're getting a delete operation that does not match the insert operation that we have been caching. So we want to we basically have like pairs of operators, right? We have insert delete, greater less, and less greater. I guess that's what's going on. So in this case, right, we'd have two just straight up inserts. Then we get to this delete. And I'd say delete less than, and our previous operation would be like just an insert. So we want to say, okay, we switched operations basically. From insert delete to greater less. And so let's put those operators in. Okay, so what are we saying then? So I had this previous operation. So I think once we hit a copy, whatever we have in the previous operations, we just stick those on. Um, so the only thing we are caching is insert operations, right? Yes. So it's going to be something like, I guess, if like instance of insert, this is what, delete. And like previous operation, instance of diff insert, except we're going to want to do not. Then essentially we're going to want to do right that, I guess. And I guess, right, this could be if that. Or this is going to be diff delete greater, and previous option of insert less. Oops. Wow, what am I doing here? I am just throwing random characters around with abandon. So okay, delete less, and this is insert. I guess I kind of feel like that's what we're saying. What happens if we do this? If I can figure out how to hit the right keys here. Well, I need to so we'll set previous operation equals operation, and this is going to be previous operation equals null. And I guess this is also going to be if previous operations and write all this gunk. I guess I didn't want to move that one over. I guess that's kind of what we're saying. Although I suppose it only matters if instance of foo equals null. And I guess that's not even the right comparison, right? Because instance is supposed to be I suspect this is going to be an error. Yes, class foo class equals new foo class instance of foo. Nine class oh, but can we actually do foo equals class in? Oh, I didn't realize. Well, I guess I didn't look at this example close enough. Well, that actually, okay. I guess that answers my question. Because I was wondering, I've been wondering for a while, like how do you see if two values or variables are instances of the same class? And I guess I never realized you could actually use instance of with another object. I thought this always had to be object is an instance of a class name here, or not even I guess a name, but yeah, a class name or class identifier. Okay, well, we learned something today. But I guess what that means is, yes, we do want to check for that. And what happened here? I guess I didn't even run my tests. So let me, I have no idea what's going on now. So let's save everything, I suppose. And it looks like that means I fixed that. So that's dope. And I think so greater, less, and we're saying 1 and 3 needs to be made greater than 1 and 500, right? Is that what we're saying? Looks like that's what we're saying. And so now we're saying one, two, three, and 4 need to be made greater than 1, 2, 3, 4. And minus 6 needs to be made greater than minus 5. And my last failing test here is 451, which is saying 0 needs to be made greater than 0. Okay. Are those all the except failures that I expected? I'm not sure it is. There was an assert equal arrays. Equal, oh, test equal arrays. So what do we have here? We have assert greater. Yeah, I guess greater equal. I guess the actual problem there is I don't have all the tests that I want. Let me think about I don't know, I kind of feel like I want to get rid of the stupid operation method then. I don't know what I was thinking here because I wasn't trying to compare an object to an object. I was definitely trying to compare an object to a class, but that was still something I was wondering about. And actually, I guess I don't even need to. Yeah, I totally did not even test. This is again one of those cases where I was trying to get the right answer, and but I kept asking the wrong question. But yeah, there we go. Although I suppose that's actually right. If foo is null, then this actually would come out true, and we would try then to be doing this array. So it may be worth keeping this previous operations check. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if it's an empty array. but it's probably worth that check. But anyway, so I guess what I'm saying is this is a diff copy. And I guess one nice thing about this is everything's compacted down to this one operation. Because I could split this out into 1, 2, 3. Which I kind of want to do just because I feel like it's a little bit clearer, but I don't know. I guess I'm just... Oops. What is unsaved over here? Okay, let me just make sure I'm still passing and everything. Okay, so now let me... Well, I suppose actually... I'm fairly certain this is breaking, but I guess... I should maybe throw in some actually failing... Actually have a failing test case. So class, test assert throws, assert equal, assert difference, false, falsy, greater. So what do I have in here? Test equal arrays, test array less than array, greater than array, longer. So I already have tests there. Test greater equal. Test array less than array, greater than array. So here. And this is going to be greater or equal. And this is going to be greater or equal. So that does pass. I feel like what we should be getting here is that, which I do not think we are going to get. Yeah. So the problem here, I guess, I suppose, is so if this is a greater than, we know this always fails. Because I guess what I'm thinking is, okay, I could create you know, something like equals an array. and like cache those off. So like if state temp equals namespace diff greater, we'll just, right, we know that's not good. Otherwise, equals maybe we'll do from F and to 2. And then here equals, then for each equals is equal, we wanna do this. We want this is going to be, right, we're doing from equals 0, and then I guess, right, now we don't want to overwrite from and to, so this is going to be equal, gosh, I keep wanting to equal 0, and then 2, that's going to be equal 1. And actually, since, right, this is all in greater, so that should maybe fix that case. I can just keep my names and syntax straightened out here. Well, this is greater or equal, so I guess that's all that's failing. That's all that's failing there. That is not all that's failing. So I feel like here we should either have equals or F should not be, you know, if equals, then this. Otherwise, we've got a, right, we never had a case where, in fact, no, this is going to be a insert copy. Or what is it? Copy value, just copy value. Copy value diff equals 0. Right? So if we have an equals left, we never had this condition. So we want to copy, otherwise, yeah, we want to copy out what's in equals, or we want to copy what's left of from. Assert greater is 696. now what's going on there? So if, oh, I need to freaking reset equals. Okay. So where are we here? We are test longer and shorter. And that was greater or equal, so test assert less, right? Test greater or equal, so test assert less. Do we have longer, test equal, greater, less, longer a, so we have that. Actually, maybe because this is a, yeah, let's actually yoink these. So assert test equal, greater, less, and we'll dump those in there. So this is less, equal, and then less, equal, if that would work. But now we're saying here, those need to go away, but this is fine. Okay, so now we need to just do the same thing down here. So what do we say? Equals array if equals for each equals as equal, and then equals array. Let's not forget to reset it this time. That's going to go up there. So then if state equals diff, what are we saying? Diff less. Then we want to do that. Else if it equals array from to 2. This is going to happen that's going to be 1. And then if equals, otherwise we're going to do this. And then we'll do this. Except this is going to be a copy value. Sweet. All right, and now, so assert true, truthy, unequal. So I think we got them all. Identical, throws, equal, different, false, falsy, greater, equal, less, lesser, equal. So I think we got them all. And now I've got even more finicky stuff to do. Although, I'm not going to lie, I'm feeling the focus slip a little bit. Because I guess I'm at a little bit of a starting point. Although there's not really, I guess there's not really a ton left to do, as I'm looking at my notes here. Although it is a little bit finicky stuff, so I don't know, it could be one of those things where bad things happen and then I'm stuck, I'm suddenly in the weeds. Plus there's another to-do I was kind of hoping to knock out. So maybe like I'll go cut myself an apple or something. And I suppose maybe I could, if I'm going to do that, maybe see what kind of shape I'm in. I guess the two things I really wanted to check. So let me just, before I do anything, let me just slap a assertion in here, a couple tests, I should say. And actually, I think I want to put these in test. All right. Test identical. Let's try this. What tests do we have in here? Assert identical. Oh, that's a private. Oh, this may not be necessarily great. Well, whatever. It needs. It doesn't matter. Passes shows reason for failure. Uses provided message. Guess that's all I have in there. So I don't know, test same value, same scalar value, different keys with different keys. That's kind of what this test is. So I have a bad feeling that so array 1 is going to be equal array 1, 2, 3. And array 2, this is going to be maybe the better way to do this is a 1 and 3. So this is going to be, I think the reason why I'm proxying this off to a oh wait, we're actually so never mind. Array 1. So I have a feeling this is going to blow up on me. Well, it is, but not for the reason I thought. Let's try and write actually working code here. That didn't blow up. Which is good. Don't get me wrong. But I guess I'm confused why it didn't. Where is this diff values function? So are we... I kind of thought I was going to hit this assertion. I guess that didn't work because we care about key, right? We're including key in the... Right, I guess I was worried, right, because these are scalar values that do match, but they have different keys. And so I was worried this was going to come through and be like, okay, well, it's a partial match because the values match, but the keys are different. But the fact that they're scalars mean, or the fact that keys matter here means the key is being taken into account in the comparison, I guess. So even if it was the case that the values matched and the keys are matched, we'd get what? We'd get a match partial, which is not a match full. So LCS is 0. The two types are the same, but since they're not composite values, we just say they're different values. So LCS stays 0. So, okay, I guess that works. Well, sweet. But now comes the nastiness. So test single line versus multi-line string, I guess. String 1 equals world, maybe. And string 2 equals hello world. What up? Okay. Let's see if maybe I'm pleasantly surprised. Oh my gosh. I just need to do something to help myself out here. It's kind of tough to watch, I suppose. So that also did not blow up. Which good, but why? So let's come back down in here. Am I parsing out multi-line strings as... So what is happening here? If it's a string, we explode the string, which I guess if we don't have a new line, we just get... Oh, you know why? I think. I may have actually handled this case. Yes. Both strings have to be... So this string has a cost of 1. Oh no, either string has to have a cost of 1. So then we LCS the array. But I guess what? Since they're not strings, right, so what test is this? So maybe I can just okay, bin strange test test assertions, and class is going to equal test assert identical and test single line versus multi-line string. Okay, so I'm getting that test case. So let's echo this out. Echo LCS of strings is LCS. That's what we get. LCS of strings is 1. Okay, so that's kind of what I expected. So we come back to diff values. So we don't have a match full. LCS is 1. I guess what I'm saying is 2 and 2 instance of from. So echo match partial, single line versus multi-line string. Let's see what we get here. So it is not we don't get a match partial. We never get a match partial. Does that make sense? So let's echo format variable comp. What do we have here? There's no match, and an LCS is 1. Okay, so what if we then go 1 I guess, right, we're not getting a partial match because it is two strings. That don't match. What happened up here? We're getting no match at all. We never get a match. So this is that. So we're getting a match partial. So we don't compare keys. So I guess from I guess because your case is false. Oh, you know what you know what I bet is going on? Well, maybe I shouldn't bet. This is LCS. We want diff value. So if LCS array, we're going right to LCS array. I guess I'm still a little bit confused here. Diff values, LCS values. So if it doesn't LCS array, what's happening in LCS array? LCS values. So let's just echo from equals format variable from to format variable to, let's see what that gives us. Wow, that's a lot of so here the subvalues are it's this array, but it's a string world. Okay. So this value is a reference back to here, and 2 is... So what do we have for subvalues here? It's this array, one string part, which is just world, and then this is 3 string parts, hello world, what up? So now we're comparing the string world to the string hello world, what up? And now we're comparing string part world to the hello, and we're comparing world to the value world. So right here, right? These two values are the same, and I guess we just give each part the same. So I guess the last piece of information we need here is whatever the result is. Echo result equals result. And let's just throw some extra returns in there. So we have world versus hello. No, versus hello world. Okay, string part, we have world versus hello. We have world versus world, and we get result 1. So is it just the way the diff is shaking out? Hello. Still just a failure. Well, I suppose if it's working, if I can't figure out a case to make it fail, I kind of wish I could understand a little bit why this is working. You know, I suppose what I could just do uh, is where's LCS values? I guess I'm not in the actual function here. So if let's just format this edit. And we should be able to see what's going on here. Oh, guess that's not what I was expecting. Put that in the right place. All right, well, let's I guess I'm not understanding why I'm getting the so we're getting basically from is from is 1, 2, right? This is going to be we're saying world basically, or this is going to be line, right? Because we're doing a string, a multi-line string. This is going to be like hello. World. And this is going to be, you know, what up. But we get the picture there. So 2, 3, 4. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that makes total sense. No, or does it? So hello and world don't match, so that would be 0. But world and world do, right? Wouldn't that be 1? I guess not, right? Because we're saying since the keys are different, right? Because we gave all the string parts the same key as the parent. We're saying it's just a partial match. So that would actually be 0. So I must have already, like, considered this and not realized it. Because I have a feeling I would not have just managed to make this work by accident, but who knows? But I guess I was smart. I don't want to sound like I'm patting myself on the back too much or anything, but which I'm not. I'm not really. Okay. So, all right. Well, that answers that question. So, so much for going to cut an apple. All the stuff I thought I had to deal with, it turns out it works. Well, how much longer have I spent doing this? So, I think I still will go cut an apple. Because I do have some other things I wanna poke around with, and yeah. So because I gotta wash the apple and slice it up. So I guess I'm gonna take about a 5-minute break, and I will be back. Well, I guess in about 5 minutes. All right. So I guess it takes me about 4 minutes to slice an apple. A little bit longer. All right, so I think I understand what's going on there. The fact that, right, a line-to-line string comparison is a scalar comparison. Right, if we're comparing two string parts, essentially, that is a scalar comparison. So if the keys differ, yeah, it's going to be a match partial, right? But it's going to be 0. Right, it's a match. I guess so down, what I'm basically saying, right? The values do match, but since the parts inherit the keys of the entire string, the keys are not going to match, so that does not become a diff match full. So because it's not a diff match full, right, because this is a met, we set to 0. And since it's two string parts we're comparing, we never do any more comparisons, so we just return back 0. So then if we come back up to here, right, it's not a full match, and it's going to be 0. So I have a feeling that means my other sort of, well, I've got two. That's actually not going to fix the other thing I want to check. Which I guess it is now doing less than and greater than comparisons against strings. Because strings are a little bit of and we'll just see what starts to happen here. So and what am I in here? Assert greater. Strangetest. Assert greater. Boo. Boo. Well, I guess let's stick with it. Instead of foo bar, let's go with boo far. I love it. I'm happy with that test. Although I have a feeling I probably have a bunch of echoes still in my. Do I have output? I do. Yeah, I have a bunch of output. So let's try and get rid of all this output. Okay. Let's save all my files. Oh, I guess I can. I guess I can get rid of, what is that on? 114. And we've got. So that seems to be working. That is in 621. So this is going to be actual equals strange test assert throws. This is going to be a strange test failure. And this is going to be function. I think that's what I need to do. And expected is going to equal expected. So we're getting assertion actual greater than then. Well, I guess I don't know if I actually need this test because it worked exactly like I thought it was going to. I don't know. So a string that's actually greater than is going to work. So let's just do some stuff here. String 1 equals, okay, so what did I say? Boo. String 2 equals bar. Okay. And our assertion is going to be okay, so what happens if we do 1, 2, 3, and we do 2? So, and we want to do greater, right? So I guess O is not greater than T. And let's see if we can remember my alphabet. LMNOP. Yeah, so O should not be, I feel like O should not be greater than 2. So what do we get here? One, two, three needs to be made greater than 2. Okay, I agree with that. Or do I? Because I don't know if I agree with that. If we change this from 1 to zone, or alternatively, string 2 to string 1. Yeah. So I guess I don't agree with this. I feel like what this should be is we should be getting an assertion. This is actually double quotes. Greater than min, I guess, right? failed. And we're saying actual and min. And I feel like what we're saying is 1 needs to be made greater than 2. I guess this is a little bit weird because when we have 3, 4, or 2, I kind of feel like that's what it should be. Now I wonder if I can figure out. Let me just make sure. I was about to say, let me make sure that compiles, but it parsed anyway. So let me only run this test. Make sure I'm only running that test. Okay. So again, I feel like I want to maybe no, I want to LCS values. LCS values. That's what I want. Subdiffing string. Let's just make sure we're getting there. Okay, so and now let's oh, you know what? No, wait. It's or. It's or. It's or. Okay, so let's echo edit equals so what are we getting? 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh, Chris, I am doing a greater than, right? But does that still make sense? What happens if I change this to equal? Or Okay, well, I guess I actually triggered what I was looking for. We're not getting any... What you call it? Apostrophes, I guess. Quotes. But there's something mildly unsettling here, which is that this isn't really working for strings, I guess. For at least for strict. At least for strictly greater than or equal, I guess. And I suppose why that's happening is because I'm getting an LCS of 0. And so we're just sorry, we're just doing minus plus. I guess that's why that's happening. Because right, every line is so what happens if I change this to 3? Right, because 2 is actually greater than 3. What do I get? So I get the right answer without proper formatting. So I was looking to test the formatting, but I guess I found another bug. Hmm. Well, I suppose formatting is probably fairly simple to fix. Because right here we set pause. So what are we doing? If one so if they're equal, okay, so if greater, so if 2 Okay, so this is middle. Okay, so I think that is that. This is going to be very much the same. Guess I don't need to split that out, but whatever. So that's going to be very much the same down here then. Except this is going to be from, oops, uh-oh, variable. One shutters at the site. Or a nasty variable. There you are. Go away. Okay, so that is that. So that sort of mirrors, I think, this case here, right? Where right. So now if these do whatever we're saying, if these well, this could make things a little tricky. So well, I guess what we can actually do is we can make this a little bit as equals, right, we're going to start off at we can maybe just, and maybe maybe I can even do this up here. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Um, I guess I feel like I can just keep a track of the position as so we start off at start, right? We're going to go to middle and end up at end. And I don't know, maybe I equals 0, and then max equals max from length to length, something like that. So right then something like if pos equals diff position start. All right, I don't know. I guess we're gonna go plus I guess. So if I equals 0, then pos is going to be the position middle. Actually, I guess what we really need to say is if I equals, just max minus 1, this is going to be end. Otherwise, pos equals diff position middle. I guess what I want to do is that, and I can do if plus fly equals max. And then plus, oh, I don't need to do that. So if I guess this could be, I mean, essentially, right, this is going to be the same logic here, I think. And maybe I feel like maybe here too. So let's see here. Well, we know here we're going to, right, so we definitely want it there. Where are we here? Else. Here, I don't think we do want to do it. We need to put, okay, well, we need to start passing pos into all of these. Let me just think about this for a second. So here, because we are doing a diff or grid or an insert, a value, whatever operation, we want to adjust our position. We also want to adjust our position here. And we also want to adjust our position here. And I guess we do want to adjust it here. Now we want to pass pause and everything. Uh, okay, so that's a start, I guess. Oh gosh, great. Okay. I feel like I have never had such a hard time keeping my semicolons like typing my semicolons, and I don't know why this is like has become such a struggle. What did we get? We got okay. Oh well, this is going to be right. This is going to be that, but we got we're getting check it out. We're getting our this is what we like. Uh, so one needs to be made greater than 3. So that appears to be working. And I guess we just need to now duplicate this down here. So, wow. I guess my fingers are not quite lined up on the keyboard there. So let us just I equals 0, max equals max, from length, to lane minus 1, and then pause equals diff position start. Okay, so all right, so going to be the same thing here. This is all going to be the same. This is going to go down here. Same thing here. Same thing here. And same thing there. Now I just need to pass in show key to everything. Or not show key, but pause. Okay. Hmm. That pause test is a bit of a nuisance, but I guess I never ran a static analysis on all that new code. I guess I have my, yeah. I don't know why PHP Stan has a hard time with discovering constants, but it does, as you can see. What? Oh, that wasn't the problem. The problem is it actually found a bug for me. Okay, sorry about that, PHP Stan. I take it back. All right. What test is this? I guess one potential problem with this is it makes it look like min is 323. I mean, I get what I'm doing there with the apostrophes there because, right, if this was like a equality, right, right, we'd kind of be saying, like, if this is an equality, right, we'd basically, well, this would look different. This would be minus minus, right, and then 3 would stay the same. But and if it was like a totally different string, we'd be getting this, right? I guess. Let's just see. Okay, yeah, well, it's a totally different string, so we should be getting, yeah, but if it was 3, right, I feel like this is potentially clearer because, right, you're going to delete those lines and then you're just going to get that. But this, I guess, kind of makes it look like, well, what do we think this is saying? 1 needs to be changed so that it's greater than 3. And then the rest of the string is okay. I guess that's fine. But yeah, that is an inconsistent output with this. Oh, excuse me. So how would we even handle this if I was so we were presumably comparing all the parts and saying, okay, none of these parts are greater than the other. So we're getting an LCS of 0. So it's almost like right? It's like here, if it's a string, we wanna do special things. I don't know. I guess it would look something like if from instance of string and to instance of string and from cost greater than 1 or to cost greater than 1. This is going to be, then we're going to want to build diff from edit, right? Otherwise, what are we testing here? Greater? So let's just see what happens here. And what is our signature for build? So that's going to be from, was it subvalues to subvalues we've got to get this edit from somewhere. We've got our state and we've got show key. So where are we? Function diff values. So what are we doing down here for string? Edit is and then show key. I guess we're just passing in show key. So let's see what we get. Now we're getting what I guess we want. Where's all this echo coming from? Is that where all the output's coming from? So I feel like that is giving us output that we want. And so right, I almost feel like, okay, if it's identical or equal, then maybe we bump this out. Right. That, I guess. So I guess that works. I'm not going to say it isn't ugly, but it works. So this is going to be actual equals strange test. Sort of throws. It's going to be a strange test failure. And the function is going to be this basically. And we want to do strange test. Search identical, actual message, and then expected, I guess. But that makes that pass. Does not make that pass. Assert thous. Not the function I'm looking for. So, oh, right. Right. Okay. So there's actually, there's actually like two different cases going on there, I guess, and I am wondering if there is value to well, before I made that change, what so right, that was right, because then otherwise we're getting flat out. I can't read that. Okay, so we're getting, this is actual, so we're getting doink, oops, doink, doink, doink. Right, so okay, we're getting that. But if we change this to or equal, now what do we get here? We're getting, okay, so we are getting, in fact, the only difference we're getting here is that, okay, so this will do it, I guess. So test string greater than string. And we're going to have test string less than string. So this is going to be, well, let's make this a cert greater. Actually, this is wrong. This is less than, right? 1 is less than 2. Or O is less than T, so now we want a case where how are you? So 1 is greater than, and this should not fail, right? So now did not write all my files again. Okay. So, okay, now we have, so cert greater or equal, and assert greater equal. I think we should be getting the same output. We are not, because that is wrong. Okay. Sort less. Oh, too late now. So now this this should pass now. This should not. Let's just have this fail so you can see what this looks like. So we actually got 1. And this should be how, and then this is 2, 3. Wait a second, but that one needs to be made, now needs to be made greater, I think. Oh, and this needs to be max min. Okay, so 1 needs to be made greater than how? And I guess the same thing here. This are equal. Okay, so I think what happens if we now go okay, so what if we go I don't know, this. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Oop, I'm in the wrong. Get I feel like we get a mess. So oh no, wait. So this is actual. Expected. That is a bit of a disaster there. Why is that getting moved up there? I mean, we want this to be something like array that, I guess, which we're getting. Put it strictly greater. So array, and then we have 3. And 2. Um, 5 and 5. Everything going on okay here? I feel like I'm getting a little laggy here, and usually I feel like that's an indication that things are starting to go south. So this is our actual, I guess we're saying, 13255, and we want that to be greater than I guess I'm not quite sure how this is sorting. It seems weird how this is sorting. We have 2, I mean, I guess, so what is kind of happening here is right, we're saying that needs to be made greater than 1 array 510. So if I kind of just sort this out, is that what we're getting? Oh, but you know what? It's like, but this is getting like reversed again. I also feel like this may not be what we want. I almost kind of feel like it should be right that. Like that maybe? I don't know. Or saying one of either 1 or this 3 needs to be made, like this 1 needs to be made greater than this 1, or this 3 needs to be made greater than 500. And I guess I have no idea. Well, and also this is a greater than? Um, Hmm. So it's like this recursiveness that we have. Right, because this actually, if something partially matches, this recurses down here, and I guess we kind of need the same thing here. But I guess I'm also not sure what is going on with. I mean, I don't know. Maybe because I'm not having this problem elsewhere. If I set up that recursiveness correctly here, maybe that will take care of itself. I guess where would that happen? That would happen. So what happens up here? We uh, right, we check to see if basically making the same change as a copy value is still better than just an insert or a delete, and if so, then we sort of recursively do that. So we are saying here, insert I guess I feel like this is here. All right, well, let's I guess we'll maybe just not save that. So diff function diff values. So this is going to be namespace diff values. So this is going to be equal 0. Oh boy, 0 equal 1. Is equal really the problem? Oops. Um, I don't know. Let's just try it. I feel like, oops. I feel like it's not really necessary, but maybe for formatting. But anyway, otherwise, this is going to be this is going to be from from, and then to state. This might be the same here. Which I guess this one would be easier. I don't know. Run a test, see what happens. Ooh. Of course I screwed up some syntax somewhere. And what is wrong with this? Namespace. Suppose I screwed that up down here then too. Yep. Well, of course that broke something else, but broke a lot of stuff. Wow, okay. Well, let's see if I can sort these out real quick. So what did we end up getting? We ended up getting a whole bunch of nonsense, it looks like. I guess the problem is well, I don't know. Well, I guess the problem is because we're well, I don't know. I mean, it looks like we may kind of be getting the right answer, just the formatting is all kind of messed up. This is what we actually got. Yeah, we actually we actually got what we wanted, but everything is backwards. Uh, so what is going on with these other test cases? Is everything just backwards again? 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I guess I don't know why everything is. Right, this should be 3, 4, 3, 4. Instead, we're getting 3, 4, 3, 4. Hmm. And it looks like, I mean, in addition to being backwards, this is like breaking this diff because now it's saying 1 is fine. And same thing, this is backwards. So I guess I don't know why that's going backwards. How long have I been going? I feel like I've been going for a while. And with my alarm going off, it is midnight here, so I think it might be time for me. I think it's time to call it PHP, right? A stream is from dusk till PHP. I started at dusk. I think it's time to call it PHP. Well, I have kind of a mess here, I feel like. This is not really a great place to leave it. But I need to go get a little something to eat before I go to bed or something. I mean, I guess I sorted out a bunch of stuff, so I can't be too disappointed, but it's like these kind of tricky edge cases then are what kind of ends up soaking up more time. Well, okay then. Maybe I'll just okay, we're going function build diff. So I guess what might be happening is I guess what might be happening is since we're recursing there, we're probably getting into this situation where we assume we're building the diff in reverse, but since we're doing right, we've actually recursed down into a less than greater than. We're not. I suspect that might be what's going on there. So I suppose one solution would be if we're doing a greater than or less than, we just don't build in reverse. And if we're doing a equal or identical, we build in reverse because the way the algorithms work. And I kind of feel like we're getting to a point where and I suppose I could just like try and just get it to work, but I almost feel like we're getting to a point where it's worth almost splitting out the two algorithms, like run this code. I mean, there's going to be code like the comparison and the LCS calculations and stuff are going to be all the same, but like basically anything that goes into building the diff here can almost be split out code or different code paths. Hmm. Well, I guess on that note, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I want to approach this with a fresh head, so I think I'm gonna knock off here tonight. I'm just gonna leave things a bit of a mess. Sometimes that's the way it goes, but right, I will now have a clear starting point for tomorrow. I think I probably have not saved this, and I'm gonna have all this crud in here. Am I okay with that? I guess what I will do is I will maybe do this. Well, that's not the way to. What did I just do here? All right, so let's comment that out. Let's yank that up to there. Let's spit that down there. Okay, so this is going to go to this. Expected. And now we can just get rid of all this. All right, what do we have here now? So this is on line 559. Okay, so that at least gives us something reasonable. Okay. So yep, I'm gonna leave it there. And I guess I'll probably try and be back tomorrow, maybe a little bit early. But if anybody's lurking or watching me, then I appreciate you joining me. And until next time, I bid you peace.